As per Lord Quintus' instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Territum. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to dissipate Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch anyone of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats, like those shot callers will be the least of your worries. Understood. Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can do about their situation, and above all else, don't use any magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wherever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alvino and Alize will pay the price. It's you, Ignis Cat. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them, my comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down, but it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. The young soldier was on the verge of losing consciousness. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face, but the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Damn, tore the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, it'd be the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus' life. We made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio, then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy. Mind intact, but body broken, a soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could. The radio's in the same model as one used at Victor's spoils. Perhaps it is that to save the soldiers here from being tempered. Did you learn anything of note? Then your findings were consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at great risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there's precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? You stare in my eyes, say, I can't see all that well. Oh, thank you, the numbness has subsided a little, but I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives the other day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we've a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted, for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heeding the need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's really in need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants, the Telephoroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. When identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched messenger to the 10th Legion, saying as much and instructing them to join forces with the traditional legions to prepare for a combined assault to Telephoroi. When our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we will bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. So, did he agree to it? No, he will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You are a lot more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Nice. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urban Isthmia. The first location is Forum Soleus, a park to the northwest of this station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. So this is the park. I'm surprised I found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Zasgalvus. Did he come to extract ceruleum from the wreckage of Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the Machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum was stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I decided to try one more time, in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we will commence the search. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant's stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play at shopkeeper. There is nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be fueled by ceruleum. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Soleus. The pond, children's play areas. To your knowledge, however, none would require the use of ceruleum. A cursory inspection of the of the direct magic armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained to ceruleum, as Julius said. The contraption is built in the style of an Imperial war machina armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations, but on closer inspection it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Oh, it's you. Any luck? There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help noticing gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes, no, It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. They'd be sopping wet when all was said and done every time. And every time when we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch her death walking around like that. The pond was heated. With a cerulean-powered heater, by chance? I suppose it must have been, come to think of it. I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath the hatch. But that was a long time ago, and the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery loss most likely broken, the amount of filth in there could probably be the reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Julius, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlemald would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has a few foreign signiferi and medici, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Alpha, now, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of her fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're planning to go in there, aren't you? Of course I am. The tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake like how the tapers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park, and we have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. So, fancy a dip. Last thing we need is you catching a cold. If you're that concerned about my ability, you can dive in and help me look. The quicker we find the ceruleum, the sooner we can get out of there. You delve into the murky water but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. You delve into the murky water. Okay. Comes at a great personal cost as you become actually acutely aware of the freezing cold and rancid odor emanating from every inlet of your body. Julius was feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you delivered him to your prize. Did you find anything? I hope you did. That's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. Oh, the fire's still not ready. Hold on. I'll give Alfino a hand. Call me an Uldan caused by fire. I am reborn, and my clothes are mostly dried now, too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated, in Lord Quintus' eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate, he lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with family, visiting friends and relatives, receiving the same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we climbed to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble, those friends dead, and those memories, but if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon, our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search, just outside the park. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than prise them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by shooting shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the Machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading, even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Understood. Let's get to work. No. Hmm. More explosive. Wait, is that what I think it is? We've done it again. Try. Truly, luck is on our side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go see how Alize and Alfino are faring.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we? Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babil. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
Sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Euless spoke?
Oh, Euless. Oops.
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
Just go with them. Go with them.
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Come on, Euless. You don't want to do this.
Get them out of here.
And what about me? Alphino and Alizé will be fine, providing they do not resist. No good deed goes unpunished indeed. Euless answers. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus' demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to Legionnaires Marcellus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the ill for further details in those words. And you've seen to that. Meet me by the exit. Suspicious, but oh well. You again. As he said. So, thus be the way of it, after all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it, for the glory of Garlemald. Bulis, what are you not telling me? What do you want with me? So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand. That he would recognize the savage as a ruthless and merciless creature, and to defeat him we too must be uncompromising. I'm ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. What are they not telling me? What am I missing? He said those exact words. Euless, you bastard. I was actually kind of starting to trust you. What? Yes. Their duties involve more than transportation of supplies, don't they? Duties are rarely a simple thing. We have been given additional orders, so whether we will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There is one other matter, a place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Euless. God damn it. Euless lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on. Must be his house.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
Oh, Euless.
It's no use. Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
Alize. Just move closer. You know you're cold.
It's so cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people. One race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos. Searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics. To see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand. To refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Lopporits have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alizé.
Ah! Astidian. Thank God. Phew.
The scouts have secured Alizé and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
Euless.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Euless.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
They're just gonna destroy us, huh?
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop, both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Quintus, it doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to... It doesn't have to... Why can't you just... The Eorzeans are really not that...
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
I think you two are gonna be too late. Yep. They'll never understand why they won't just let us help. Much and more have occurred since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan and the risk of the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic, though perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Eulis back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling to or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alfino, Alize, and the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I will also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. Oh, I did not expect you to arrive so soon. There's been a development. Perhaps you had best see for yourself. What are you doing back here? Where are Julius and the others? 'Tis a comfort to see none of the worse for their recent ordeals. Alize? Ignis and Julius. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, he... No, he wouldn't. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course shall the legates be offered a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence to transfer the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us would just want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just want to live. We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach our camp safely. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before all this began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. There's a chance I might see it again. I'll take it, so take me with you, please. Well, got the aetheryte sorted out in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, now it works as well as it ever did. When I can tell, the one in Laterum is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Oh, it's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes much difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning, until all you have left with is anger and fear and hate, and I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I would be glad to accept. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all of that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Thank the 12. Thank the 12. You and I should go first and secure a route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempests skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our Lomenson friends. I save it for the tempered, though. I'll mark a few points we need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. Why? Because Quintus would rather die than do anything with the Orsian savages. Apparently. Alright, well, let's see what Thancred wants me to take care of. Alright, then what's down here? There we go. Back to camp then. Oh, Thancred. Ah, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The Tempered proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind apprising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first, and all that. Ignis, I was informed of Quintus' suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. What of the refugees? I'm told some were receptive of our proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops to participate in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any of the refugees, perfidy notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of their legatus, and that following his suicide they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that he had lived, he would be tried as a war criminal and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls up to us to clean the mess. I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here under your absence. Quite well, as it happens. Now that we've procured cerulean from Tepper's Den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much-needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Terratum shall find a hot meal waiting for them upon their return. There's one for you, so go on ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, might I ask that you see Y'shtola? She was recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. Yes, I've been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. But what of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with between the tempered and the first wounded. Alas, though I can mend their bodies, the toll their experience have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. For their sakes we mustn't waver, but nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day won, and in so doing invite disaster. Upon settling down for supper, okay. Oh, yeah, no. Sure. Goodye's playing a song.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Laminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you, you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here. At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
Valueless?
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
Valueless.
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent. We owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter. I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast. as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
Blue.
On behalf of the Garlemald Empire, thank you for inviting me today.
Ulyss. Ulyss.
What? Emperor Varys?
The Garleans. They didn't have protection.
They are being tempered. The talismans. Quickly!
Come on.
Save me, brave hero!
Van Daniel.
My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short.
What the fuck?
I shall begin the preparations.
What happened?
Now, it is time for you to awaken.
Food? Oh. It's Xenos.
Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh.
What? You put me in a... What? What?
So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo. His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject. And permit you to go on a righteous rampage instead of partaking in this delicious meal? I think not. I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes.
What's in there?
Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate.
Daddy? Varus.
Ah, exposition is in order. The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course. As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Galvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself.
Varus is anima?
And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit, their anima. It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
Xenos. Come on, man. I can't believe you're letting him do this to me.
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone.
It's all that surprising knowing Xenos, but... God, if I was in my body right now.
At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger. And it would seem my friend has lost her appetite.
You put me in a Garlemald body.
I hope this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion. But clearly, we are above such pretensions.
I may have humored it if I was in my own body. Xenos.
While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself.
Let me back in my body. There's my body.
Or together.
Did he? No!
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak.
No! Xenos!
We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity. Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making her way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, withstanding orders to kill those not sworn to anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
Well, shit. Well, I got more time.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows. Scurrying about, like a rodent.
I hope it was down here. Fuck off. Damn. What? Yes, this is all nice and dandy, but I need my body back. Come on. Come on. Come on. Crap. No, get up, get up, get up. Come on, come on. Get up, 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 get up. Get up. You want me to crawl back to the camp? Come on. Come on, someone. Stola should definitely notice. She can see souls and everything, but come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Eulus? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw her leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well she can handle herself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
It's not me, it's not me!
Well, time to call off the search.
Stola. Stola. Stola!
Case closed.
Stola!
That's her, over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive her presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
Stola!
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now. All's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Alize!
Who are you?
Someone who's taken possession of my body! Give it back!
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I have yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective, that. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them. Heedless of the delay. Predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether. And then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days!
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. She's awake.
Oh, thank God. Back in my own body. Oh.
Perfectly fine, yes. I hope the same can be said of you.
Everything in working order? That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Van Daniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babil.
Good God. It seems not. More to the point, we can surmise that we have either issued not from the Tower of Babil, but from the primal lurking within it. If you were taken to the tower itself, then this proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is the beating heart that Telfroy's machinations. In which case, we have some highly relevant information. As many of you know, ever since we dispatched troops to free the Leviers, we've been developing a plan to infiltrate the tower. According to Thancred and his scouts, the main structure is lousy with tempered and enemy magic. Furthermore, the road leading to it has collapsed, making it difficult to approach in numbers. Thus do we propose dividing our forces into two parties, one to distract and one to infiltrate. The diversity force will be comprised of the Ishgardian, Gridanian, and Laminsan delegations. They will begin the construction of bridges to make Telfroy believe we are marching upon the tower. Meanwhile, the best suited of our Alamegan, Uldad, and Eastern comrades will use different methods of ingress. Look here. The facility marked in red is the Encladium, a vast magitech manufactory in ruins now, of course. But the freight tunnel connecting to the erstwhile Imperial Palace remains intact. While Telfroy's attention is elsewhere, infiltration force can use it to enter the tower undetected. Be aware, however, that the underground rail network remains very much operational. The Tempered are using it to bring supplies to the tower even now. If it can carry their material, it can carry us too, providing we sneak aboard unseen. The Scions will lead the infiltration party. Once inside, you must locate and dispatch Van Daniel and Xenos. Van Daniel made it quite clear there that haste is a priority. of paramount concern even, assuming he didn't name the tower Babil on a whim. In Amon's time it meant gateway to the gods. Zonda used it to refer to a void gate, but in this case it almost certainly alludes to something altogether greater. The eldest and most powerful of primals. All the more reason to act now. The rest of the contingent is aware of the plan and are ready to move at a moment's notice. You are to proceed north to Forum Patents. Thesis Group will meet you there. As ever, we are grateful for your foresight. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Spare no effort in your preparations. Actually. Alright, Lise. Alright. Oh, I'll warm up when I throw a punch or two. Barely enough cloth to swaddle a newborn. Clearly you have spent too long around this feral dog of a Dothal. Watch your tongue, fool, lest I feed it to the crows. We will see who is a fool when you freeze to death. Expect me not to warm your ill-prepared hide. These furs are for myself and my Nama alone. Should I be blessed to meet her this day. As if a woman of worth would wish to be warned by you, little son. Should we find such a warrior within, she will bask in my glorious flames. Stop, both of you. Save your fire for the enemy. As for extra furs, I have plenty to spare. As do we. Hello everyone, it's all set for battle, I see. Yes, free of unnecessary encumbrances, I'm rather more susceptible to the cold. Let us review our strategy quickly, if you don't mind. Pippin's group has gone ahead to into the Enceladium. We are to meet them there. We wait until the Emperor's attention is drawn by our divisionary force, then we sneak into the train. Next stop, the Tower of Babil. If any, tempered included or injured, we Zayla will tend to them. You Silence must press on no matter what. I'm staying in my coat, y'all are crazy. We should avoid moving as a group until we're underground. So we'll need to make our own separate ways to Enceladium. See you there. The dungeons are very far between this time around. Maybe there's just a lot more story. Ah, Kokobuki. We heard that you had collapsed but were driven of only the most cursory explanation. I'm glad you recovered, and quickly enough to take part in the operation at that. As you will have heard, okay, yeah, it's probably best I don't know that Xenos took over my body. Oh, let me in. I'll stay in my coat. Y'all are crazy. Yay!
I stand ever ready.
No, wait. No, wait. I want
I stand ever ready.
got how to heal. And I'll bring a city.
Right then.
So, am I fighting on a train?
Now or never.
I'm fighting on a train. Okay.
You're mine! You're mine!
Come on, guys. Kill them faster. Alright, you guys have fun.
Traitor!
Move it, move it, move it! Alright. Well, we'll go on ahead of you then. Barnabas? Not a scientist. Bye, scientist. Oh, it's that guy. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, I love everyone's comments on it too. I see. So they're not close enough to get hit, but close enough to... I'm coming, Graha. See. Okay. Knew that was coming. Damn. Well, I can't fall off. That's good to know. Next. Oh god. Oh god. More? How much higher are we going?
Allow me.
You're mine!
Finally. Of course, Magni. Anything for you. So no good to me. All right. You alright over there, Graha? There we go. Luge. that guy.
There.
See. Oh no, I shrunk. Well, now I know what that does, I guess. Oh. Oh, I see.
I'll tend to your wounds.
Thank you, Gaha.
Allow me.
You underestimate me!
I win. Okay, let's make sure there's nothing down there. You guys have fun. Guess we're going this way. Oh, a terminal. No, that was the throne room. So this really is the palace. I'm not sure I want to know what that stench is, Thancred. Ah! It's anima. Anima is that foul stench.
You're mine!
This will hurt.
Interesting. I wonder if that can be used on the mobs later. I'll have to see, and then I get into a party of actual people.
My turn!
Doesn't look like it does damage to them.
You underestimate me!
My turn!
You're mine!
Allow me.
Well, that was fun.
Prepare yourself!
Allow me.
Fine.
You're mine!
Ah! So a mini fight with Anima. Well, something. There's no way this is not a trial. I refuse to believe it. Icon of icons, Anima. Alright, well, let's see how this goes.
There. Allow me.
My turn!
Allow me. There. There.
Whew. I do not. Oh god, it gets bigger. Don't stand in that, apparently. Oh. Perfect roar tears the fabric of reality. Okay, this is fine too.
You're mine!
There.
This will hurt.
Allow me.
Okay. There you are.
Allow me. Allow me. There.
All or nothing! Time to end this!
You go, Sinead.
You're mine! Time to end this! Time to end this! You're mine!
Come on. Woo. Phew. Kind of disappointed that he wasn't in the trial either. Then what are the trials? Alright. Well, did I get anything? Oh, I got the weapon. Alright.
Farewell, Varus. May the gods have mercy on your soul. Come. The other two await.
Alright. There you are, Xenos.
This madness ends here!
Oh, hush. This is the best part.
Enough!
Yes, yes, evil laughter.
Oh, mighty Zodiac! Awaken from your slumber and descend!
Already.
Some manner of magical defense?
Heidelin?
Kryl? But how?
Heidelin.
The shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
Heidelin! Feeble relic of a forgotten age! Hark! Victory is mine!
Crystals. One crystal held. Phew!
No more ether. And I was so close. My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
Whatever it takes.
What was that?
The final order issued by Anima to the tempered thralls. Should the Empire fall, the world must share her fate. Of course, Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You madman, you monster!
There's a funny joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and are powerless to prevent it. We really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her. The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound. I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination. Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him. Seek his aid. Restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
The Tempered are running wild. Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp. The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Leave them to die or give up the chase. Just like Van Daniel said.
You're going alone?
Alfino, we really don't have time to argue this. We have to divide our forces. It's the only way this is going to work.
You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours.
Of course, Alfino. As always.
Our friends in the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful. There's no telling what you'll find.
Well, time to go. Graha. Nope, we're going. I'm not stopping the grab ether currents. I'm going. Grab ether currents later.
Long, long before Dalamud was forged to imprison an Elder Primal, the eldest of them all, savior of the star, was sealed within a moon of his own. Souls sacrificed to grant him life still slumber and dream of the day he and we will be made whole. Here he waits, in this cold, barren place, his cradle and his grave. Silent lamentations and prayers of hope echo soundlessly to a sundered star, adrift and alone.
Very well. I return. I must return. Oh, he's gone. Crystal Palace. A Watcher's Palace. No steps echo through this looming spire save your own, but you nevertheless sense a presence above. Almarat music. A slower version, but Almarat nonetheless. do you want me to do? You must confront those lost souls, yes, but you need not expel them by might of arms. A feathered touch, a firm word, simple methods may send them away, faint echoes as they are. Where the strength of sentiment that drives them, however, emissions that do not fade even with the passage of centuries. And make haste, though yet distant, unwelcome guests draw closer. Where, when, how long? Was it truly so long ago? We were happy, at peace with the star. We nurtured it, helped it grow, with our will, our creations. Life. Every soul a drop of blood flowing through its veins. To create, to make better. The star flourished, as did we. Do you remember? As the whispers die, the final spirit fades. No shadows of time long lost remain around the drowning brand. An unusually lustrous dog is gazing at it with what seems to be fond anticipation. It appears to be waiting for you to follow it. Where do you want me to go? The dog silently regards the spirit that lurks near the brand. We and the star were fulfilled, wanted for naught, mourned for naught. So why? Why did it have to end? great unexpected partings, swift as darkness, cold as ash. Such tragedy, yet no catharsis, yet such truth, yet no consolation. As whispers die, the spirit fades. All is silent and still around the numbing brand. Oh look, a B rank. You won't attack me at least. Let dog silently regards the shadow that lurks near the brand. Perfection came crumbling down, such overwhelming despair, and that moment we knew the end was nigh. Faintest glimmer of hope remained. We gave our lives that others may live. We gave ourselves to Zodiac. Zodiac, our Lord and Savior. To forge our world anew. To live and love again. Become one with the star. Fill earth and heaven with life, birth paradise where fear is a distant memory. And that unmistakable color, the soul of Azem. But not the friend I knew, I think. Nevertheless, you are you. So Emmet Selk meant for you to have it. You seem surprised. Why might that be? Your spirit. Hythlodaeus. Again. I do not believe I have yet had the pleasure. Emmett Silk created shade in my likeness, but not only me, but all of Almarat. How very like him. A slave to sentiment, even after an eternity. As you may have guessed, I am different from the shade you met before. No mere approximation, but the original. A soul sacrificed to Zodiark. I knew I could count on you, Hythlodaeus. More new arrivals, though. Ah, Van Daniel, that color I know. Fare you well, my new old friend. The martyrs. Oh, all right. Well, that's one way to get around the moon, I suppose. You bitch!
In the nick of time, to savor the crowning triumph. Unbound and free at last. Arise, Zodiac!
I think you said that before. Well, he's definitely free. But where is he at?
Deprived of heart and will by the loss of dearest Elidibus. A creature of pure instinct, wanting for guidance. But powerful, oh so powerful. More so with every passing moment. Such potential, even in this incomplete state. Still the savior who delivered a world from certain doom.
So, here we stand. You know my intent. Consume the god, then the world. Stoke your fury to a raging inferno, and dance among the ashes. Or perhaps you would face me here and now. A lesser but welcome amusement. Yes. A taste to whet the appetite.
Sorry to spoil the moment, but might I ask that you postpone the slaughter until I've said my piece? I promise I will be brief.
Yeah, Daniel!
Do you remember when I told you that I wanted to die and take everyone with me? I meant it.
Well, yeah, no, I didn't doubt that. What's that mean? Did he become Zodiac's new heart?
Such lofty aspirations! And what sweet irony that the world's saviors will become the agents of its destruction! and delusion! The dead have no power over me. You will be silent. Silent as the grave!
Believe and walk in faith. Let the light of your soul shine for all to see. Not quite the outcome you'd imagined, but a fitting one nonetheless. Don't you think so, Hades?
Who's that?
All I craved and more. Boundless power. Mine to command. I had intended to pit my fractured divinity against Xenos. But a more tempting option presents itself. The greatest obstacle to my ambition. You will trouble me no longer.
Is that Hythlodaeus? Well, this will wait on cue, but I'm gonna go bug my static. See if any of them. I know at least 2 of them are past this point. Yeah, I know at least 2 of them that are past this point, so maybe they can help me for a second. I think that person that was talking with Hythlodaeus sounds like him. It sounded like it. I mean, I don't think they would give Azem an actual, like, look or voice or anything. Because Azem is supposed to be the Warrior of Light. Or the Warrior of Light is supposed to be Azem, I should say. But, so I don't think Square would, give them a body or whatever. I wouldn't be too surprised if they had a voice, but I would expect them to have the Amaratin voice. Hopefully it won't take too long. I know people are past this point. I suppose I could teleport out. Yeah. I suppose I could while I wait on the queue. Give me something to do here. That way we're not just chilling. Yep, I'm gonna just grab these ether card quests and go look for ether cards. While I wait on the queue for this fight.
Establishing connection. All creation shall bend to my will.
Oh well. We're just gonna jump right in? Alright. Works for me.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful.
Ooh. Ow.
The marvels of circus were but playthings. Become flesh! Will you live to see the end?
As far as you know.
Soon my hold of a Zodiac shall be complete!
We'll see about that.
Mine! All mine!
Oh, there he goes.
At last, I am become Zodiac!
Alright.
The natural order overturned! All in existence, bent to my will!
See.
My life's work! My masterpiece! I've waited for this day! existence, bent to my will! The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated! From broken skies fall tears of flame! All shall burn!
Oh. Ah! How do you know which ones?
Will you live to see the end?
Probably not.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful. The marvels of circus were but playthings. Become flesh! To see the end.
Oh, he chased the cone.
Soon my hold over Zodiac shall be complete! Mine! All mine! At last, I am become Zodiac!
Why do you want to be Zodiac anyway? Aside from, you know, the unlimited amount of power. That's probably all you want, though, is the unlimited amount of power.
The natural order overturned!
Damn.
All in existence, bent to my will! My life's work! My masterpiece! Waited for this day! All in existence, bent to my will!
Where you land isn't guaranteed.
The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated! From broken skies fall tears of flame! All shall burn! Will you live to see the end?
I don't really understand that one, but it looks like it doesn't repeat from what I can tell. Bastard.
All in existence, bent to my will! Will you live to see the end? I have no need for restraint.
Oh shit. Oh shit, 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 oh shit. Nope. I didn't even see that one in the back.
All in existence, bent to my will!
So you say.
Will you live to see the end?
Damn.
Will you live to see the end? Is this the limit of your power? Is this how it ends?
Thought that was interesting. Hello, Xenos.
Incomplete and insufficient. Of course he was no match. Once again, you have left my best laid plans in ruins. And played your role to perfection. Thus, sealing my victory.
Your victory.
From the first, all I wanted was for you to kill Zodiac. 'Twas but one of many methods to achieve the desired effect. It would have been the same had Xenos died in my place. But what better and more satisfying way to ensure success than to take control myself? My sole regret is that you lived to tell the tale. Even so, I have fulfilled my heart's desire. Let your murder mark the beginning of the end. The coming of the final days!
How quickly strength fades, and blood cools. Old familiar sensations. So many lives, so many deaths. No different this. I close my eyes, then slip into the dreamless slumber. A tired song and dance. Routine. Always I wake. But not this time. Nothing left unsaid. Nothing left undone. Inherit my hell. I intone with glee. The man I was would weep for what I have become. The all-consuming contempt. But I've the wisdom of 10 millennia to justify my answer to the question. No value in their existence. Not a whit. For all that I looked. None that I did see. A final chance, then, for Heidelin and her faithful. In Cataclysm, prove me wrong. I snare. All shall return to nothingness, as was your will, Emperor Zande. I, the star, and every living being, consigned to your oblivion.
At last.
The fuck?
No. I'll find no fulfillment in a contest with you this day. Slavering beasts gather at your gates, ravenous and eager. Already you turn to them and away from me. I must go forth once more in search of power far beyond the might of Shinryu. Power to make your heart run over with rage. For the eldest of primals was a betrayal of promise. A pathetic creature incapable of inspiring true despair. That's what I crave. Pure, unadulterated despair.
You're a simple man, Xenos, I'll give you that.
We shall see.
All right. Alright, go rest, my dude. You'll be fine, I'm sure. I know, I just didn't know if you had anything to say. As you gaze into the crystal, ancient knowledge of Zodiac flows through your mind. Daily summary, no abnormalities detected. There appear to be records of a long, lonely vigil on the moon, dating back to the beginning of the Zodiac's imprisonment. As you gaze into the crystal, knowledge of past calamities flows through your mind. The records describe how, with each rejoining, Zodiac's thirst for freedom grew as did the strain on the brands. Maintaining Zodiac's imprisonment appears to tax Heidelin greatly. As you gaze into the crystal, knowledge of past rejoinings flows through your mind. The records describe the Watcher's efforts to prepare in the event Zodiac broke free from his prison. The records go on to describe maintenance carried out regularly with the Lopporits, though it is not clear who or what they are. As you gaze into the crystal, a record of unexpected visitor flows through your mind. The records note the Watcher's musings with when Elidibus is spotted on the moon, though clearly not for the first time. It is clear he and his brethren have a keen interest in freeing Zodiac from his prison, and yet they have made no attempts to destroy the brands. Perhaps they prefer he remain hidden from mortal eyes until the final rejoining. Perhaps they realize we would never dare bring harm to Zodiac so long as he remains imprisoned. Did you learn anything of import? So, it's as we suspected. Maintaining the branch required a great deal of her energy and focus, and this cost has grown higher with every rejoining. That would explain why contact with her has become rather infrequent since the 7th Umbral Calamity. I too made a rather startling discovery. This heavenly body we know to be the moon was in fact created by Heidelin. When the Watcher said he was created together with this place, I thought he only meant this facility. Truly, Heidelin's powers are far beyond anything I could have imagined.
It is we who should thank you. The records stored here are nothing short of extraordinary. There is much we could learn of Zodiac and his imprisonment, but perhaps you could offer us more focused guidance. Pray, tell us of the calamity that came before and comes now again.
Are you
Were the ancients ever able to deduce its source? Celestial currents. I cannot say I am familiar with the concept.
And so they sought a means to harness the forces of darkness, of activity and growth. Thus was Zodiac conceived. No less a power than a god's could set right the laws of nature and quicken the flow of ether within the star.
Emmett Selk claimed that those who summoned Hydaelyn did so because they saw Zodiac's power as a threat. Is that true?
The Ascians set in motion 7 rejoinings before we came to oppose them. How many more worlds would have been lost had we not placed our faith in her? How many more souls living in the present would have been snuffed out for the sake of those long dead?
Well, in light of recent events, I see no reason to doubt your words. And even if Hydaelyn is not a god in truth, if Minfilia believed that we should trust in her plans, then I choose to do just that. Which brings me to a rather important question. Let's suppose we try but fail to stop this second coming of the final days. Should the source fall, what will become of the other worlds?
Does that include the first? So Reen and Gaia would be in danger. That means Reen and them on the first are in danger. Which I think is what Thancred was thinking about.
Yes, but what is it? Look, I'm just... I don't really trust Hydaelyn at the moment. Who was speaking in that echo vision that we had? Who...
It sounded like a girl's voice, so then wouldn't it have been Heidelin? But... Argus, huh? Ah, there they are. Interesting. There he is. He's a doggy. He is a good doggy. Alright, Stola. Alright then.
Our moonship pilot should be around here somewhere. Is that... That one's falling asleep.
Look lively, everyone! I know, this 1243rd inspection is a mite ahead of schedule, but it is of the utmost importance, for Zodiac, alas, is no more. As of now, our mighty moon has a new purpose, to bear the people of Etheris to safety! Our time has come, my friends! We must be swifter than swift. There is much to do before our guests arrive. I expect your workstations to be immaculate, and don't forget to relay our signal to Etheris. Questions? Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Then hop to it!
They're so small. I mean, alright then.
'Tis a rather curious crew she hath chosen. Their endearing forms intended to ease the passengers' hearts, perhaps.
Perhaps.
Hey, Crit, are you okay? I think he's still processing. They must be the Lopporits mentioned in the Watcher's records. Not all at all what I expected, but the Watcher did bid us heed their counsel. I assume the one who gave the rousing speech was their leader, though we might have to ask about in order to track them down. Come on then, let us be about it. Well, that's steep. They all appear to have said about their task. Whether it's their leader, I wonder. Suppose I should grab that aetherite first. I'm thinking of spending a night outside Bestway's burrow, but I'm not sure what I'll need to take with me aside from the tent, I suppose. Trading way. Stola. Your name is Sleeping Way. Apparently your job is to sleep. If they work like the Smurfs, which it kind of looks like they do. Ah, there's Thancred. What do you have to say about all this? Were you the one giving orders earlier? Me? Oh yes, of course. That's the only one around here capable of doing anything properly. It falls to me to take charge of the others. Well, looks like you beat us here. Your friends, I take it. Is this all of them? A group compromised entirely of children. What must their parents be thinking? This isn't a nursery after all, though perhaps we should build one. Or did we build one already? No matter, you needn't worry with your pretty little heads. All will be well, I promise. But goodness me, you shouldn't be standing about gawping. I must take you to meet the others. If you could run along back toward the entrance, you'll find a path that leads to the central platform on the upper floor. There's no wrong way to reach it, but it's the large glowing ball at the center if you should find yourselves lost. I shall gather the others and meet you there. Well then, about to say before it is. Children. Though I suppose when you're used to Almoratines, we do look like children. And the Almiratians did refer to us as such. Didn't they know everything was sundered, though? Like, I would think they would be aware of what's going on, though, I suppose. How do I get up there? How do I get up there is the question. She said back towards the entryway, yeah? Oh, is that back this way? Did I go the wrong way? I probably went the wrong way. Wobbing way.
Right, of course. Introductions are in order. Ahem. My name is Livingway, and we are the Lopporits, created for the express purpose of commanding this ship and bearing the people of Etheris to a brave new world. More specifically, I am the one whom she charged with the execution of her most vital plans. You might say I'm her right paw. Livingway's the name, map reader and navigator of the heavens.
Pleasure to meet you all, but I'm still trying to make sense of this.
Confusion and bewilderment are completely understandable. Fear not, I shall walk you through it. The people of Etheris, through no fault of your own, I'm sure, set in motion a series of events that, unfortunately, culminated in Zodiac's obliteration. Acutely aware of the imminent crisis, your parents sent you little ones on ahead while they began the necessary preparations. Still not following? No? Very well, I shall elaborate further. Here, we have Etheris, your home, and the moon, where we are now. Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade. A calamity of apocalyptic proportions will be visited upon Etheris, bringing an end to all life. Very sad, that.
So too hath the Watcher claimed. By thine unperturbed countenance, I gather this eventuality was anticipated.
The doom and gloom. Oh yes, quite expected. Imagine, if you will, that Etheris is a delicious carrot that I've forgotten to eat and left out in the midday sun. The most earnest wishes or prayers will not stop it from rotting to the core. So sadly, there's nothing to be done but to abandon said carrot, Etheris, in case the metaphor is lost on you, to its grisly fate.
And this moon will serve as the vessel to deliver us to a new home.
Just so! We will gather up as many people, supplies, and resources as our stores will hold. Then, once everyone is aboard, it's off to another star. Easier said than done, admittedly, for one does not simply hop from star to star on a whim. Which is precisely why we've spent countless years constructing the most propulsive of propulsion systems. We ought to make it to our destination in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail.
Impressive technology. I dare say it is beyond anything we have ever seen.
No need to shower us with praise. All we've done is faithfully carry out the instructions left to us by Hydaelyn. Back in the old days, when she was still just Venar, she was dedicated to the study of the world and its inner workings. And the Watcher, the real one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers. We and this wondrous vessel masquerading as a moon are products of their knowledge and know-how.
There's certainly more to you all than meets the eye. Might I ask where exactly you intend to take us?
We identified a few promising candidates for resettlement some time ago, but we cannot guarantee that they are fit for habitation. Moreover, the ship can only travel in short bursts. We intend to go down our list, hopping from star to star, until we find one suitable for resettlement. No need to worry, though. The vessel is being refurbished with accommodation for an extended stay as we speak. While we did have to rely upon outside help to determine what amenities were essential, I dare say we have risen to the challenge.
Help? From who?
From you and yours! Who else? Each time we woke to perform regularly scheduled maintenance, we were greeted by the resources you sent us. What better way to learn about preferences and proclivities of our present-day charges? Ah, but you're still adorable little children. Perhaps your elders were responsible for the deliveries.
I'm not sure what led you to conclude otherwise, but I can assure you that we are all grown men and women. And I very much doubt my elders know this place exists, much less how to send you so much as a starlight missive.
What? Then who in blazes let you on my moon? Hydaelyn herself led you here. You don't say! Well, that's really not children. Then why are you so small and stunted? Like little baby carrot people.
Well, Amarotines were a great deal taller. In the present day, persons of such prodigious size are exceedingly rare.
So, you're saying everyone's not like the Watcher? Oh, confound it all! Someone could have at least scribbled a note about your profound miniaturization.
That tome in thy possession.
Oh, this? One of the first books sent to us. A compendium of the people of Etheris, with a few blank pages at the back for minor corrections and updates as needed. The sum total of our knowledge of your kind is contained in these pages. I thought it was abridged and made small for our benefit, but this isn't a regular-sized book, is it?
Living Way, are you okay?
Building Way, can you hear me? Yes, we're all very busy. Change of plans. I need you to rebuild the domiciles at 1/3 the scale. All of them. Yes, all of them, and but me no buts. See to it with all speed.
Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about your terrestrial collaborators.
you, if it's all the same. I'd rather not risk any other complications due to outdated knowledge of our passengers-to-be.
I mean, that's fair. I knew it was gonna be about time to change. My weapon can last me another set, though. Right then, now that you're here, we need you to teach us all you can about your people, and quickly. It won't be long before the final days are upon us and all their terrible grandeur, so it's imperative that we are prepared to receive our passengers' speak. If there's anything at all that may displease them, it must be addressed post haste. And address it we shall. Here at Best Ways Borough, we have assembled everything required to offer our guests the best way forward. We have produced myriad amenities we understand to be essential for day-to-day living, and I wish to hear your opinions on them. I'm sure you've all woke up enough tight, so why don't you start with food stuff? Meet me at the computer and begin still about filling your bellies. Works for me. Looks like it's somewhere down below. Oops, that went around a circle. Whee! That was fun. So then does this open? Of course there's enemies here. And an ether current up there. I want to go up here. I want to ask you about this carrot. Oh great, now I'm addicted to carrots. Hmm. I get the feeling they're collaborators, or it's the forum. Well, alright. Let's do something simple yet functional. I mean, it's definitely simple. Oh my god. All right. They do know they've got enemies running rampant, right? The game needs to stop putting me in weird stuff. First I was Toad, now I'm in this weird outfit. Go away. Fuck off. Hold on a second. With an altogether different design. This isn't much better. Oh no. I don't... Oh my god. Hurry, Anjay. Only you. Thancred wants to save Reen. I mean, I'm sure he wants to save the other worlds as well, but Reen is the one on his mind. Of that, I have no doubt. Still, I feel like the things they've received recently have all come from Forum. It's the only thing that makes sense. I don't know who else they could have recently contacted. Well, it's not telling me to go up, so I'm assuming they're down here. Alright.
Ready in the teleporter. Huh? Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it? Oh no!
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously. Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
'Twould be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really. But the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting. If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We can, we will do better. But time is not on our side. The final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Atheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand? Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work. Or quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too. You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Come again?
Ah, idle musings. 'Tis no trifle, thou dost ask. Yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up. It's a bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realized the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
Oh, Arianje. All's veil that ends veil. Alright, well, what's next? Well, I wouldn't call this natural, necessarily. But alright. mean, whatever makes them happy, I guess. They're definitely trying, and they're adorable, and they are doing their best. They just, the Zodiac's no longer here, so does it really matter to keep it like that? Does it mean Dalamud? Sounds like he means Dalamud. I think the Allegan does something similar, though. I mean, that's smart, I suppose. You're definitely trying. Very true. I don't know if fortunate's the right word there, Growing Way. Hurry on, Jay. What did I tell you about secrets and Shadowbringers? If you think I'm gonna abandon Reen, you're wrong. Orianjay, I believe I told you in Shadowbringers, no more secrets. I'm gonna slap him. Give me an option to slap and swear. Getting tired of Orianjay and his secrets. There he is. Damn, he saw me. Oh, hello again. How are you, Fang? Fang? No, wait. Fan Galaxy? What do you prefer to be called? Oh, he took off on a run. Mariange. Damn it. He knows he's being followed. I know he does. Come on, Ariane. Don't be difficult. All right.
Thine arrival is timely as ever. Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Living Way, I presume?
Part of it.
'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy and duplicity? When Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life, I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy. Would that I could say the same for Menphilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain, brokered by my hand, were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine her beloved daughter. Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives, ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction. Dearest Moonbrider, who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Ascians. In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good.
Mariange.
Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants, born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning. One which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity? I am not alone in my discomfort, then? 'Tis surprising, though perhaps not. We Scions are wont to debate strategy at length, but are resolute and unwavering in execution. Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly. I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for the Lopporits proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond. 'Twould be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers. A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed. But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
What are they saying? Curse these ears! I've heard bugger all!
Spying!
No matter. We've got our plans.
What are those little guys up to? Of course, Ryanje. Anything for you. Yep, I've reached the point of needing gear. I'm a princess? What gave you that idea? That's Maiden Jack. Oh, sure. Oh. Well, thank you. Oh, there they are. I wouldn't say I take care of my voice, but I do appreciate it. I'm pretty sure Y'shtola doesn't need me. But, you know, whatever. I imagine. Oh, yep, that was him. Where'd he go? Well, we'll find out if it's him. Oh, okay, bye, running away. They're stalling us. Every time we want to go talk with Arianje, he suddenly knows something. Do not quite like being jerked around. They're definitely up to something, though. Well, we need to go up by the looks of it. I knew this was gonna happen. Oh, an ether current. Didn't notice that before. Is she outside? Looks like it. Alright. Oh, my shoulder just dipped again.
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come for you to return to Etheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
Oh, bugger!
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose? For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. 'Tis clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations. Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose. There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Aetheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing! We Lopporits were born of Heideland's love for Aetheris. That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well. That goes for all of us, don't you see? So help us. Help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe. If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men, and your own kin besides. Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Aetheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit, and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, I do not think we've met.
My name is Puddingway.
Puddingway.
Puddingway? Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure, but one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words. A judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate. And Living Way. 'Tis no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer. The anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
I want to understand, but...
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee. Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Ways Compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There you have it. I shall remain with the Lopporits to ensure that all is in order. Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort. To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home. Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind, if being the operative term.
Red. Wonder if red is determination.
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growingway and the others.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Aetheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
Agreed. The Sharlyan Forum, yes?
I knew it!
What? How did you know?
The more I heard, the more obvious it became. The Forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement. Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans. But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
Oh, it's right down there. Okay. Ah, there's Thancred. I can't believe they actually called it Camp Broken Glass. Oh, whoops. Other side quest stuff. Mm-hmm. Hmm? Yep. Wonder what Zenos is up to. And now we go back to the Sharlyan. Oh no, no, quit that. Okay, kind of called me that day when you entered the Tower of Babil. Her pleas were faint but desperate, and I knew at once she required a vessel to carry out her will. So I'm gonna tell you guys a story about these tiny little bunnies. Oh, what's he want?
Order! Order, I say! I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Sharlyan. Nay, of this very star.
Well, you're at least including the whole star. I'll give you that.
Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Lopporits and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether. For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The End-bearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Very well.
"270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children, and deliver them from this doom. Much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the Great Exodus. For his impressive contributions and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlyan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave. Thank you. I shan't be long.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Sharlyan, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done. That we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Bold words call for bold action. And there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
Shall we then? To the Annex. To prepare for tomorrow.
Damn, okay. Warrior light lights look at the sky, don't they? Though I suppose the moon is rather bright. The echo of another vision? Visitor kept knocking at your door. Whoever could it be? Oh. Thancred.
Evening. I hoped you hadn't crawled beneath the covers just yet. If you'll indulge me for a moment, I have a favor to ask.
Okay.
Don't worry. Nothing desperate or dire, if that's what you were wondering. Not yet. You know, we may have quite literally entered our final days. The ancients went so far as to call it that for a reason. If so, then everything we did for Reen, for the first, will have been meaningless. And I can't accept that. I just can't. My mind won't allow for the possibility. And that could be a problem. When we're in the thick of it, I don't know if I've got it in me to be pragmatic this time. To run, even if running's the right choice. The only choice. So if you see me turning a blind eye to the harsh reality, beat some sense into me, would you? I trust you and the other scions with my life. And I'd like to think the feeling is at least occasionally mutual. And I never forgive myself if my stubbornness put them in danger. Gods, listen to me. Beginning to sound like the father I never had. So, can I count on you to keep me in line? I can think of no one else more eminently qualified.
Of course, Thancred. Always got your back.
Excellent. Now I can breathe a bit easier. Which isn't to say that I will, given what we're up against. Let's keep this little chat our secret. I'd rather not have anyone scolding us for burning the midnight oil.
You seem bothered, Warrior of Light. A short while earlier, in the Alamean Quarter.
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Thank the Ilsabar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and toppled the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum, too. But is it true they brought back tempered Garlean soldiers?
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. They're to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
Meanwhile in Ishgard.
Another day, another commission of paramount importance.
Erenville.
Well, what have we here? Hey, are you all right?
Well, he's up. And gone.
Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more.
Erenville.
The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat is abated. And yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
Oh,